Coming over, the chaplain, Dr. Black, will lead the Senate in prayer. How you doing?
I'm blessed, thank you. Let us pray. O Lord, our rock, surround our lawmakers with your mercy, favor, and grace. Be for them their strength and shield, illuminating their paths with your precepts and dispelling the darkness of doubt and fear. Lord, be their shepherd in these challenging times. Lead them beside still waters and reward their faithfulness. Help them not to trust solely in human wisdom, but to seek your guidance in all they think, say, and do. Lord, give them the ability to deal constructively with differences, disagreements, and discouragements. We pray in your omnipotent name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved, morning business is closed, and under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Kathleen S. Lane of Montana to be United States District Judge for the District of Montana.
Senator from Iowa.
I'm here to say happy 40th birthday to C-SPAN broadcasting democracy in the Senate to the American people. I have to confess to you that 40 years ago today, I voted no on the Senate being televised. I thought it would hurt the decorum of the United States Senate. Whether it's hurt the decorum of the United States Senate or not, I'm not going to make a judgment on that today. But I do tell you that on reflection, I'm glad that the Senate is televised to make government more real to the American people. So I guess I'd have to confess that I cast the wrong vote 40 years ago. So now for 4 decades, C-SPAN has served as an essential conduit between the United States Senate and the American people. Since its launch on June 2nd, 1986, C-SPAN 2 has offered uninterrupted, unfiltered access to the debates, the votes, and the deliberations of the United States Senate. So people in this country that watch Senate on C-SPAN 2 get the news unfiltered directly to you, the American people. The American people don't have to rely on biased journalists to get their news when it might really be distorted. And when I say distorted, too often at my town meetings in Iowa, and I had 12 of them last week, I hear people say, how come you can't get along? In other words, Republicans and Democrats don't seem to be talking to each other. I always try to explain there's more partisanship than there should be, but I also say there's not as much as you as an Iowan actually see, because you see on television members of the Senate always disagreeing. You never, when there's agreement, you never see much about it. So this is your opportunity to listen in the United States Senate, to get it unbiased in a way that you would not from journalists. Also, C-SPAN operates without any public funding or any government oversight. The continued success of C-SPAN is due to the funding that is provided by platform operators such as cable, satellite, and now even streaming services. These platforms should continue to make delivery of C-SPAN a priority, and I'm sure they will, because Americans then can watch Congress in action in real time. So I say once again, happy birthday, C-SPAN 2. Your coverage of the Senate helps democracy work and provide a true public service. I yield and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as we begin our proceedings this morning, I want to take a moment to recognize a milestone here in the Senate. On this day 40 years ago, C-SPAN broadcast the United States Senate for the very first time. On June 2nd, 1986, the American people were able to turn on their televisions and see the Senate come to order and their senators engage in debate until the gavel dropped later that day. Gavel-to-gavel coverage, Mr. President. That's the C-SPAN way. And over the last 40 years, C-SPAN hasn't missed a beat. It's captured 43,830 hours of Senate proceedings, broadcast 169,000 speeches by hundreds of United States senators who've served in these halls, and captured the moments, large and small, historic and human, that make up the United States Senate. Mr. President, on that day, that first day, 40 years ago, the Senate was considering an education bill. And what a fitting topic of discussion for C-SPAN's first day covering this chamber. Education is C-SPAN's entire mission. C-SPAN urges its viewers to, quote, make up your own mind. And for 40 years, C-SPAN has enabled the American people to make up their own minds about what we do here in the Senate. It's helped countless American students see the legislative process in action. And it's ensured that what happens here is lost neither to the day's news cycle nor to history. And I trust that C-SPAN will continue to offer the American people a front row seat to the Senate for many decades to come. Mr. President, C-SPAN captures a lot of our work here in Washington, but just as important is the work that senators do back in our states. Last week, the cameras were off here in the chamber, and senators were back at home hearing from the people that we all represent. I spent last week back home in South Dakota traveling around my state and hearing directly from South Dakotans. I had a chance to catch up with mayors of Webster and Lennox. Mayor Danny Ferguson of Lennox took me around his city. He showed me new housing developments in Lennox. I saw the city's infrastructure needs. And we went down Main Street to a few businesses, including El Mariachi Restaurant. Mr. President, I also spent some time up in northeastern South Dakota. As I mentioned, I met with the mayor of Webster, Mike Grosick, and I dropped by a few local businesses that are benefiting from the permanent tax relief Republicans delivered in the working families tax cuts. I went to the 322 Kitchen and Cocktails in Aberdeen and saw the Main Street expansion and the owners have undertaken, including the first rooftop lounge in the city. I visited quite possibly the coolest store ever, the Hitchin Post, a family-owned business that has been an icon in Aberdeen for over 50 years and was recently named one of America's best Western retailers. And then over at the Meat House in Andover, I had a conversation about the local agricultural economy and the ranchers who run that business, with the ranchers, I should say, who run that business and who take pride in their home-raised beef. Mr. President, I've always valued the opportunity I've had lately to spend some time hearing from South Dakota's young people. This past month, I've been in classrooms in Winter, in Rapid City, and Sioux Falls. And we've had a number of school groups visiting Washington, D.C. as well. I attended the Dakota Relays at the beginning of May and then the state track meet this past Friday. And last week, I had the privilege of speaking at Boys State at Northern State University and then at Girls State at the University of South Dakota in Vermilion. Mr. President, it's always a pleasure to get to talk with young people and to hear what's on their minds and what their dreams are for their futures. And I suppose, Mr. President, that's because on any given day here in the Senate, that's what our focus as Republicans boils down to. Cultivating a brighter future for young people and for all Americans. A future that's secure, with greater prosperity, and more opportunities to get ahead. That's our focus here in the Senate, Mr. President, and it's what we continue to work toward every day. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Consent that the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, first on the appointment of Bill Pulte, or not the appointment, the announcement of an attempted appointment to Bill Pulte. Trump's appointment of Bill Pulte to serve as acting director of national intelligence is another Trump low. A guy who can file such baseless, political, and outrageous charges against political office holders he doesn't like can't be entrusted to protect our national security. Pulte's already proven himself willing to act as a Trump puppet. And now Donald Trump wants to put him in charge of the nation's intelligence, a place where integrity is demanded. A man who doesn't have an ounce of integrity is being put in that position that demands total integrity by Donald Trump. The Director of National Intelligence is supposed to speak truth to power. But Donald Trump appears to have chosen Pulte because he speaks power's truth instead. Americans need an intelligence chief loyal to the facts, the intelligence, the security of the nation, not the political interests of one man. At a time of growing threats around the world, this nomination raises a fundamental question. Is the president looking for independent intelligence or political validation? His fiascos in foreign policy, most recently in Iran, show he doesn't listen to facts or intelligence. And he's going to get even more trouble with Bill Pulte in this very sensitive job. The intelligence community exists to protect the American people, not to serve as another instrument of presidential retribution. And now on the slush fund. The only way to ensure Trump's $2 billion taxpayer-funded giveaway to Trump's MAGA allies never sees the light of day is to abolish it by law. The only way to make sure that Trump's slush fund never sees the light of day is to abolish it by law, not to corrupt the word. Not to trust the word of a corrupt president who stands to benefit the most from it. The same goes for the license Trump gave himself and his family to commit tax fraud with impunity. Any promise from Trump is worthless. And when it comes to ending his blatantly corrupt slush fund or his blank check to commit tax fraud, Trump barely promised anything in the first place. That is why the first amendment I will offer on the Republican reconciliation bill will be to ban Trump's slush fund permanently and to revoke his family's free rein to commit tax fraud forever. Trump doesn't get to make off with at least $100 billion his family owns on taxes, and he doesn't get to use your tax dollars to pay off the MAGA right. Not on our watch. Again, the only way to ensure his $2 billion tax-funded giveaway never sees the light of day is to abolish it by law, not to trust the word of the corrupt president who stands to benefit the most from it. We need to set the record straight about what exactly the Trump administration did and did not commit to yesterday. Trump's Department of Justice put out a statement saying that it would abide by the recent court order that temporarily blocked Trump from using Americans' tax dollars to pay off his MAGA loyalists, his billionaire friends, and violent insurrectionists who maimed our Capitol Police on January 6. Let's be clear. The Trump administration hasn't made any commitment to kill the slush fund permanently, nor has it pledged to revoke the broad immunity from tax audits that Trump granted himself and his family. Can you believe it, America? Trump and his family still get to cheat their way out of paying their taxes and then use your tax dollars to line their pockets and give handouts to his billionaire cronies, criminals, and cop-killing insurrectionists? Trump's slush fund is corruption at its absolute worst. America has seen a lot of corruption from this administration, but this corruption, I don't think we've seen anything like it in our entire history. Trump shook hands with himself, suing his own government, and then settling the case so he could steal your tax dollars, America. All at a time when families are struggling to make ends meet amid skyrocketing costs meet. What do Republicans have to say? What do they have to say about this? What are our Republican colleagues saying about this awful, this god-awful slush fund? Well, after the DOJ's meek statement yesterday, one of my colleagues across the aisle said Trump's slush fund is a moot point. A moot point? Trump's far-right radical reward program is anything but moot. Trump and the GOP didn't suddenly find their conscience. They simply hit a temporary roadblock. If Senate Republicans are truly concerned about Trump's corruption, then prove it. Ban the slush fund by law permanently. If Republicans revisit their reconciliation bill this week, as I said, the very first amendment I will offer will be to ban Trump's slush fund permanently and revoke his family's free rein to commit tax fraud. The corruption is so grievous that toothless Republican guardrails won't cut it. Democrats won't settle for half measures. We're going to kill this slush fund permanently, and we are going to bury it, and bury it deep. On Rubio coming to the Hill, Secretary Rubio has a lot to answer for when he testifies before the Senate today on China, on giving kickbacks to Russia, on Ukraine, on withholding arms to Taiwan, on this administration's ridiculous rhetoric on NATO, on the disastrous gutting of foreign aid that's leaving Americans vulnerable to one infectious disease after another, on Iran, on foreign corruption. The list goes on and on and on. And today, with all these questions, all these bungles, all these terrible, terrible missteps that hurt America, today will be the first time Marco Rubio, the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, testifies before the American people since the start of Trump's disastrous war with Iran. First time. The war's been going on over 60 days. He's finally coming to the Hill to talk about it. Yesterday, Trump says he finds the peace negotiations with Iran, quote, very boring, and that, quote, he couldn't care less if they're over. I'll tell you who cares, Donald. I want to tell you, Donald Trump, who cares. Our troops who are in harm's way, their families, Americans across the country who are sick of paying the immense costs of this disastrous war, including paying $4.50 a gallon at the pump. Secretary Rubio needs to answer whether he cares about ending this war. I urge my colleagues as well to ask Rubio to address recent reports that the Trump administration left a loophole open for the past year and a half that allowed China to acquire potentially hundreds of thousands of cutting-edge American AI chips. These chips are essential to America's national security and to our economic competitiveness, but Chinese companies linked to the Chinese military have funneled them through foreign firms with seeming impunity. By failing to protect this vital technology, the Trump administration has threatened our lead in the AI race and weakened our national security. Either the Trump administration failed to identify the loophole, suggesting gross incompetence, or kept it open willfully, which is very, very dangerous. I yield the floor and note the absence of the quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objections.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Coleman nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, last Monday was Memorial Day. It's a day that all around the country we honor those who gave their lives so that we could be free. Some say Memorial Day is the saddest day of the year. Our colleague, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, is a combat veteran, and he served as part of the Old Guard at Arlington National Cemetery. He's written a book. It's a bestseller book in the New York Times best-selling list, and it's called Sacred Duty. And in that book, he points out that Memorial Day, it's not the saddest, it is the most noble day of the year. They're powerful words, and these were on my mind last Monday in different cemeteries around the state of Wyoming. Started in Douglas, Wyoming, as I always do, at 7 a.m. They do a flag-raising ceremony, take it all the way up to the top, and then bring it down to hold its final position at half-staff. Then went to Lander, Wyoming, to the Mount Hope Cemetery, and then joined the ceremonies in Ten Sleep, Wyoming. These are sacred places, and each year, Memorial Day, as I travel the state, I try to talk about something I've seen happen since the last year. Because at each of these cemeteries, people gather in respect and in reverence. I do this all around the country. You know, Wyoming, I try to add a special touch to what has happened in the last year because we have tens of thousands of service members and veterans and military families who serve our country, and they know what it means to serve and sacrifice on behalf of the American people. So this year I talked about Staff Sergeant Tyler Pickett from Saratoga, Wyoming. Spoken about him earlier this year on the floor. In the year 2000, 26 years ago, he enlisted in the United States Army, graduating from Saratoga High School. It's something he had looked forward to doing all of his life, and he became part of the legendary 10th Mountain Division. He was deployed to Iraq. On June 8th of 2008, he was killed by a suicide bomber in Kirkuk, Iraq. And the bomb, of course, was supplied by Iran. Sergeant Pickett was 28 years old, and I spoke at his services in Saratoga in 2008. He was a brave and beloved son of Wyoming. It's almost 18 years to the day since Sergeant Pickett gave his life to our nation. Earlier this year, I spoke with his mother, Sherry Peterson. She is a Gold Star mother. And she told me that after 18 years, she finally feels some relief in the loss of her son and the weight that her son's death has put upon the family. She said it was because now the Ayatollah Khomeini is dead, the person who is responsible for supplying the weapon that killed her son. She said, when you speak with President Trump, please tell him thank you for our family. This is a Gold Star mother speaking. She knows that we have a president who remembers our fallen members, not only with words, but by actions on behalf of our nation. Stories like Sergeant Pickett's remind us of the cost of freedom and the debt that we owe to these fallen heroes. Mr. President, this year is the 250th anniversary of the founding of our nation. We're about to celebrate that 250th birthday. And exactly 1 month from today, July 2nd, is the anniversary of when the Continental Congress officially voted to declare our independence. The Declaration of Independence was adopted 2 days later. That's why we celebrate the 4th of July. That's the day our nation was born. America's central idea, the Declaration of Independence, is the root of every American idea. This is the document. This is instantly recognizable all around the world. You put it up and people, oh, there it is. In many ways, it's a work of art. It is a masterpiece. And it beautifully expresses what we as Americans stand for. It has set us as a nation on a course of freedom, liberty, and greatness. We don't read it enough. We really should. The central sentence is that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, among those life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Unalienable. That single word sums up the heart of this great American experiment. It means that we, the people, are the source of the power, and the power is on loan from us, the people, to the government, not the other way around. Our founding fathers also deeply believed in a creator. God is mentioned 4 separate times in this Declaration of Independence. You can't explain the majesty of this great country without the Supreme Being. The Declaration of Independence is an inspiration to every generation of American. It belongs to us, to all of us. You know, when we think of the Declaration of Independence, we think about freedom, we think about liberty. And lots of people use those words intermittently. They say, no, it's the same thing, but it's not. Freedom and liberty are not interchangeable. Their meanings are different. Freedom is the ability to think and to speak and to do what we want. Liberty refers to the rights and the privileges granted and protected by our laws, and thus the difference. So I would say today, let us be worthy of our history and of our heroes and of our heritage. Let us live out the spirit of 1779. Let us carry on that spirit for the next generation. And as we prepare to celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation, I remain optimistic that our nation's best days are ahead. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Senator from Iowa.
On March the 15th this year, I made public an FBI agent's interview statement.
Senator ran a quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Now I suppose I have to start all over again. I'm sorry. On March the 15th, 2026, I made public an FBI agent's interview statement. That agent was involved in a conspiracy called Crosswind, which was codenamed Investigation into former Trump advisor Walid Ferris. That statement, made under penalty of perjury, exposes widespread abuses within then Special Counsel Mueller's operation. Now that operation's kind of history, but it leads us up to something more current. For example, the statement noted that multiple personnel were removed from then Special Counsel Mueller's team because they, quote, saw concerning things and voiced their concern, end of quote. That word concerning, meaning they knew something wasn't right going on in Special Counsel Mueller's team investigating the whole thing about Russia's involvement in the first election of Trump. That statement, remember that statement was made just this year, noted that former FBI director, the deputy director, Andrew McCabe, referred to President Trump in a derogatory manner. In other words, were they unbiased in their investigations? And I think I'll show you where they weren't very unbiased in that investigation. A Justice Department attorney wanted to remove and water down McCabe's negative tone about Trump from McCabe's interview summary. So it looks to me like another cover-up attempt. The statement, and again, this is an FBI agent who served on Mueller's team and was under oath when he gave this statement, noted that Mueller's right-hand man, Aaron Zelensky, exhibited clear bias against President Trump. And that political infection at the top trickled down to everyone else because this FBI agent said the Mueller team created throughout the office space caricatures and cartoons that were very anti-Trump. And to wrap it all up in a bow, the FBI agent's statement discusses violation of security protocol, mishandling of classified information, and more potential FISA abuses. For example, one Justice Department prosecutor is alleged to have brought a classified notebook to a meeting without proper carrying bag. This prosecutor also was alleged to have traveled from her house, which means she had stored classified information outside of a classified facility. This is the same Justice Department that prosecuted Trump for allegedly mishandling classified information. Remember, the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago, all in an attempt to ruin Trump politically, financially, and of course, with the end goal that they were hoping to put him in prison. Of course, the partisan media has neither reported these jaw-dropping findings nor the blatant and potential criminal FISA abuses. The FBI agent said the FISA on Crosswind shouldn't have been renewed, and other FBI personnel held that very same view. The agent's statement said, quote, "As the investigation progressed, the facts that we originally thought meant one thing were learned to mean something else. Per reporting from another agency and what we learned from the investigation up to the point of the third renewal, meaning the FISA renewal, there were no corroborating facts that tied Crosswind to certain facts that we thought were originally true."
This FBI agent, again, I want to remind you that he was under oath when he gave this statement. The agent then, quote, pointed out these specific corrections to the application, meaning the FISA application, in numerous instances throughout the FISA certified copy process. This was circa 2018. I sent these edits to Kevin Kleinsmith, who said, quote, we can't send this to DOJ, end of quote. That's the same Kleinsmith who admitted to criminally altering an email connection with the FISA application during Crossfire Hurricane, which, as we all know, was yet another effort to get Trump and his associates, even if it meant breaking the law to get Trump. The FBI agent also testified about Crosswind, that there were overzealous thoughts and bias that permeated the investigation and a let's get him attitude. Even with these known material defects and objections to filing the FISA renewal, then Special Agent Walter Jardina, quote, signed it as case agent, end of quote, according to this FBI agent's statement under oath. If the statements by this FBI agent are true and accurate, the FISA application process described was a false filing intended to improperly target a known innocent person. These are criminal allegations that the Justice Department and the FBI ought to fully investigate. In fact, this FBI agent implored the FBI to do just that. This agent encouraged the FBI to get copies of the FISA and the predicating documents. This senator asked for the same, and the government has failed to produce these important documents, and I don't know why they would be afraid to let this senator have access to those documents, because transparency is going to bring accountability, and for the sake of justice and for the sake of exposing things that have been political weaponization in our government should be exposed so they don't happen again. Now, Crosswind wasn't the only investigation this FBI agent gave a statement about. So this brings us more up to more recent months, at least the recent year and a half. The agent also discussed the known defects of the case against Trump advisor Tom Barrack. The agent said the get someone attitude that led to the FISA renewal and search warrants also led to the investigation of Tom Barrack. The agent's statement noted that these matters, quote, relate to ethical dilemmas, end of quote. The FBI agent further stated, quote, there was no authority for the special counsel's office to open a case on Tom Barrack, end of quote. Even the FBI Washington field office had at that point in time declined to open a case on Barrack. And yet, this FBI agent said Jardina
didn't want to open a case on Burek, but people wanted to keep people happy, end of quote. So you do illegal things just to keep people happy. That's not right. And the fact that we have this FBI agent's statement to verify all of the wrongdoing that went on in this whole process. That is obviously no basis to criminally investigate anyone. What the Biden Justice Department and the FBI did to Barack and his staffer, Matthew Grimes, is worthy of note as another lesson of what the government should not do. Barack gave an interview to the government way back in December 2017, and in June 2019, Grimes also gave interviews. It appears they cooperated. Then years later, 4 years later, and 2 years later, in another instance, the Biden Justice Department, July 2021, decided to indict both Barack and Grimes for acting as an agent of a federal government for obstruction and for false statements. They were arrested by more than 20 federal agents going to their homes. At first, the government asked that Grimes not be given bail. The government said that he was a flight risk, among other things. Grimes, a 22 and 23-year-old at the time the crimes alleged to have occurred, was detained for 5 days and eventually released, can you believe this, on $5 million bond. Barack's bond was set, can you believe this, at $250 million, even though he had no criminal record. Barack and Grimes took their fight to a jury trial, and the jury acquitted Barack on all 9 counts. Grimes was acquitted of the 2 counts against him. So I'd like to share 3 quotes from that trial. During the trial, the judge told the government, quote, I've had patent cases that I tried involving algorithms that were easier for the jury to figure out than this one is going to be, end of quote. Then a further quote from the judge also said about some of the government's theories in the case that they, quote, were right in line between barely permissible inference and impermissible speculation, end of quote. And then the third and last quote from an alternate juror who stated publicly after the verdict, quote, I thought much of the prosecution's evidence was very misleading and misrepresented the truth, end of quote. So that's what you have with political weaponization going on in the American government. So now to sum up, year after year, my investigative work has exposed the overt bias by federal law enforcement against Republicans. Here, the same political government agencies were involved in Crosswind, the Barack case, and Crossfire Hurricane. These cases went nowhere. My Democratic colleagues never raised a finger about any of these abuses. My Democrat colleagues did the opposite and went on partisan television every day falsely claiming crimes occurred. And you can see from what I've said today and what the FBI statements, agent statement says, that there was no crime.
but it appears the real crimes were committed by the Biden-Harris government investigators. Now, bringing this today and the responsibility of the President Trump's administration, it's clear that this administration has a responsibility to fully investigate these matters. End of quote. I yield the floor.
President,
The senior senator of Montana.
President, I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes before the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of confirming Katie Lane to serve as the next judge of the U.S. District Court for the District of Montana. I've known Katie a long time. In fact, she attended kindergarten through 12th grade in my hometown of Bozeman. In fact, we even went to the same high school. I was a little ahead of her. We're both Bozeman High Hawks. She spent her childhood summers skiing, camping, hiking, which instilled in her a deep and profound love of the Treasure State and the values that truly make it the last best place. But then she went on to do even bigger things. She went on to attend George Mason University's Antonin Scalia Law School, where she graduated with highest honors. She then clerked at both the trial and appellate levels of the federal judiciary for 2 federal judges. She returned to Montana to serve as the Deputy Solicitor General under Montana Attorney General Austin Knudsen from 2021 to 2023. During her time in Helena, Katie worked zealously to defend Montana's laws and challenge federal overreach. She litigated cases in both state and federal courts on issues important to Montanans, including defending the Second Amendment, multiple land use and grazing right cases, as well as defending Montana's coal industry. As Montanans know well, federal judges play a critical role in our daily lives. For many years, we've dealt with an activist judiciary that repeatedly rules against the interests of Montanans. That's why it's essential we picked principled, thoughtful jurists who are committed to upholding the Constitution and making decisions based on the rule of law, not personal politics or viewpoints. With this in mind, Senator Sheehy and I are confident that Katie is the right choice to serve Montana as our next federal judge. Her values are rooted in Montana and grounded in the Constitution. Katie's distinguished record of public service and experience in both the federal and state judiciary makes her well qualified to serve on the federal bench. I'm confident she'll be fair-minded, she'll be principled, she'll bring honor, decency, integrity, and let's face it, a lot of smarts to the bench. I cannot recommend Katie highly enough and urge my colleagues to vote today to confirm her without delay.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. We'll call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Blackburn, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Ricketts, Sheehy, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Coons, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Merkley, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Schiff, Warren, Whitehouse. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Smith, no.
That is so hard.
Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Moreno, aye.
There it is.
Mr. Banks, aye.
Submit.
Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan. Aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The ayes are 52, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jeffrey M. Coleman of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jeffrey M. Coleman of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Lee, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Hirono, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Sanders, Slotkin, Smith, and Wyden. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Crapo? Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Moody? Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. McCormick? Mr. McCormick? Aye. Ms. Lummis? Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino? Aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Sheehy? Mr. Sheehy? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no.
I know what I would bring.
Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
If we have a.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
The ayes are 52, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination, please.
Now, the Judiciary, Jeffrey M. Coleman of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to my first session summer interns, Fabian Sotomayor, Sienna Farr, Sky Kakwatosh, Isabella Chavez, Austin Gunderson, Sophia Jordan, Gianna Shea, Daria Monte, Sophia Pilgrim, Madison Ariola for the month of June, and my summer intern coordinators Hayden Arco and Owen Umatum, my Senate Committee on Indian Affairs interns Kalila Ariola, Sophia Fafaftas, and Sebastian Robbins for the month of June, July, and August of 2026. And finally, I ask for privileges of the floor be granted to my Sea Grant Canos Fellow Kate Fitzgerald for the duration of the 119th Congress.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Pohl, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Cassidy, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Marino, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Glenn Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Risch? Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd? Aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks? Aye. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I seek recognition.
The senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, do you remember when the ICE agents were in the city of Chicago? I can't forget it. Things were happening in the city I'm honored to represent I'd never seen before. We had these people who were kind of in uniform, but not really, wearing masks, carrying guns, and they were pursuing, quote, the worst of the worst. They were looking for rapists, murderers, terrorists, the criminally insane, child predators, on and on. And they certainly were looking for people who came into the United States and didn't have legal immigration status. They frightened the community in a way that I'd never seen before. People in parts of Chicago who had lived there peacefully, quietly, without any problem for years, reached the point where they were afraid to go to the grocery store. They stopped going to church. They didn't know what was next for the ICE agents. They patrolled the streets. They went after individuals. They arrested some. They detained others. There was one scene that's still in my memory, and the scene was when they decided that there was someone living in a home who was an illegal person. They crashed down the front door. They broke it down. They took this man out of the shower. He wrapped a towel or a bathrobe around him and took him off to be arrested. Turned out he was an American citizen. He'd committed no crime. They were just wrong. And people say, wait a minute, you mean the ICE agents can crash down my front door? They didn't have a warrant from a court or anything to authorize it. They just did it. Can you do that in America? People were asking. It's a basic question. It's not clear the answer if you look at the conduct of this administration when it comes to the ICE operations. But there is one thing that's clear. This little book called the United States Constitution. Let me read you a section of it when it comes to your right as an American. Fourth Amendment. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. No warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Bill of Rights, fundamental to who we are as Americans, something we take for granted. It's my home. You're not coming into my home unless you've got some judge that's approved it and you've gone through the right process. You can't decide just because you're wearing a badge to crash down my front door. Well, we have an interesting debate going on this week in the United States Senate that goes right to the heart of that amendment, the Fourth Amendment. Mr. President, later this week we're expected to consider legislation to reauthorize a rather obscure area of the law, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as FISA. What is this FISA all about? It's all about 9/11. I've been around the Senate for a few years, and I can remember the tragedy of 9/11, the thousands of Americans who lost their lives, and the fear we had as to what was next. Our determination to keep our country safe. I'm proud to be a Democrat, but I will tell you, I think President George W. Bush, a Republican, handled that tragedy in a superb way. He led our nation at a time when we needed leadership. He made it clear to us and said words that I still recall, that this wasn't going to be, this war of terrorism was not going to be a war against the religion of Islam. He said it was a religion, a peaceful religion. I remember that pronouncement he made because it was considered to be courageous, politically courageous, for him to say that the group that attacked us, their religion should not be held against them. I'm not going to dwell on that, although I do want to salute President George W. Bush again for his courage in leading us to that moment. But we decided also that we weren't going to be attacked again. No, we're going to prepare ourselves. We're going to defend ourselves. We're going to create agencies of our government that have the authority, the power, and the resources to keep us safe. Never again, no 9/11. And so we created a brand new structure of intelligence agencies in America. I had been in Congress for a number of years, familiar with the old way we did things, served on the Senate Intelligence Committee. It was going to be a new day, a new organization, and we were going to do everything we can to make sure 9/11 never happened again. We created the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and that basically said we're going to listen to and hear and pay attention to our enemies. We're going to stop them before they hit us. Most Americans would say, good. That's why we elected you. For years, Congress, although, despite this, has avoided confronting a fundamental flaw at the heart of our surveillance authority. Under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, the government collects communications of foreigners overseas without a warrant from any court. But in the process, the government, unfortunately, over the years, collects millions of communications of innocent Americans, people they are not authorized to surveil. Once collected, the government can search these communications without a warrant from any court. So here we have this question about the possession of your privacy as an American citizen being assaulted by your government, despite that Fourth Amendment. Every American needs to understand that this law, which I referred to, allows the government to listen to your phone calls, read your private messages that have been collected under Section 702. The government does all that without any court approval. They're not breaking down their front door, they're listening on your phone. This is a fundamental flaw that I have worked to change for a long time. And over again, every administration, both political parties, says, Senator, don't lose any sleep. It's just a little problem, we'll take care of it. But the Fourth Amendment's prohibition on warrantless searches is not an optional decision by the government. That Fourth Amendment is a core safeguard of liberty guaranteed by our Constitution. Every single member of the Senate, Democrats, Republicans, raised their hand and took an oath. And what was that oath all about? To uphold and defend this little book. As detailed in a recent report by the nonpartisan Brennan Center, the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the National Security Agency have abused Section 702 for years. Years. These abuses, according to the FISA court, have been, quote, persistent and widespread. The government itself has reported hundreds of thousands of unlawful searches using this authority. In other words, 702 is directed toward foreigners, remember? They're using it against Americans. They're collecting information about people who are not even covered by the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. As further detailed in the Brennan Center report, the government has used Section 702 to spy unlawfully on many people. Who have they spied on? Members of Congress, congressional staff, judges, journalists, protesters, political donors, even women on dating apps. Go figure. That's going to make us safer in America? Past attempts at reform have not solved the problem, and I've been at this for many years. As the Brennan Center explained, and I quote, the current system of Section 702 oversight relies almost entirely on the executive branch self-policing to prevent, detect, and report abuses. In other words, the fox is watching the chicken coop. That's a flawed system under any administration. Under this administration, it's especially alarming. The FISA court has already raised concerns about how this Trump administration is using the powers that I've described to you this afternoon. But the Trump administration is keeping the latest opinion of the court secret from the American people. I've seen it. I invite every member of the Senate to go and see it. I'm not going to betray anything that's secret or confidential, but I guarantee you that if you'll take time out of your busy schedule to go down to what we call the SCIF, to order up a copy of a document, I won't be any more specific, and take the time, it'll take you a little time to read it. Your opinion of the role of FISA and the rights of Americans will be impacted for sure. We can't wait to fix 702. Now's the time to do it. Now's the time to say we can have both liberty and security. I credit my colleague from Oregon, Ron Wyden, who came up with that phrase, and it says it all. Can we be safe in America and still be free? Is it possible? I think it is. This issue is even more urgent because of the Trump administration's disregard for the rule of law. The question before Congress is whether we will grant warrantless surveillance authority to President Trump and MAGA loyalists like FBI Director Kash Patel and the new, announced today, Director of National Intelligence, Bill Pulte, for the rest of this administration. I'm not going to go into the suggestion of Mr. Pulte to head our intelligence agencies, simply to say, totally unqualified. The current administration has repeatedly targeted political opponents. We've seen it all across the board, including former Fed Chair Jerome Powell, former FBI Director James Comey, and New York Attorney General Letitia James. It's attacked independent institutions like the Privacy and Civil Liberties Board. I know that because I had a hand in creating it. We said if there's going to be all of this surveillance going after enemies of the United States, let us make sure there is a board of 5 people who will be watching these activities and reporting the excesses to Congress if changes need to be made. What did the Trump administration do to the 5-member Privacy and Civil Liberties Board I've just described? They removed the 3 Democrats on the board so it couldn't function. The courts have a responsibility here as well. They fired career law enforcement officials and public service servants at the FBI and the Department of Justice. They've cleaned shop. Who would have been responsible? These people would have been responsible that a program like 702 be lawful and nonpartisan. They're gone, removed by this administration. So the watchdogs that we built into the system to make sure that no president, no administration goes too far in the exercise of their responsibilities and duties. Yes, we want a safe America, but yes, we want it to be a lawful country too. We want it to abide by the Constitution. And those of us who swore an oath to uphold and defend it have the first responsibility. In the hands of a government that has treated the Constitution as an afterthought, Congress should not place blind trust in the hands of an administration which clearly can use this surveillance power for political purposes. It's not hard to imagine what this president and his hand-picked FBI Director Kash Patel could do with unchecked surveillance powers. Are my fears of Mr. Patel warranted? Read his words, his own book that he wrote about his view of government. And just for convenience, he provides not an index, but a list of his political enemies. His political enemies. Now, this man is the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and has the power of the surveillance, which I've described to you. Trust him? It's not hard to imagine why this president chose him for political reasons. What happens when the administration uses Section 702 to spy on Americans, perhaps those who protested the murder of 2 innocent people in Minneapolis during the ICE raids. They used to spy on Black Lives Matter protesters. Is it hard to imagine they would extend that to those who question the masked ICE agents' activity? What happens if journalists have their texts and phone calls snooped on because they dare to report controversial news about this administration's misconduct? Any member of Congress who wants to ensure there are checks on this out-of-control administration should not vote to reauthorize the authority of 702 without meaningful guardrails. I want 702 to continue to be strong, to be legal, to be constitutional. We can make it such. Fortunately, Congress does not need to choose between protecting national security and preserving America's constitutional rights. We can do both. As Senator Wyden said, we can have liberty and security. That's why, along with my Republican colleague from Utah, Senator Mike Lee, we've introduced a bill called the SAFE Act, which would reauthorize Section 02 with basic, practical safeguards to protect privacy and civil liberties. Specifically, our bill would require the government to obtain a judicial warrant before accessing the contents of America's text, emails, phone calls, and other private communications, with exceptions, notable exceptions, for emergencies and special circumstances. That's exactly what we believe the Constitution requires of us, because the founders rightly understood that no administration should be given a blank check to invade a citizen's privacy without the oversight of an independent judge, without the protection of the Fourth Amendment. Some argue there's simply not enough time to enact significant reforms before Section 702 expires. They're wrong. This is a perennial claim every time this debate rolls around. I've heard it over and over. Gosh, it's a shame we can't correct the mess in 702, but we've got to move on for other important business. Even if the authority temporarily lapses, which I don't believe it will, the surveillance program can continue under existing law as it has in the past. The time to finally protect Americans from warrantless surveilling under Section 702 is now. Not later, not next time, now, with this Congress and this Constitution. We've heard false promises too many times before, and with the power in the hands of this president, we just can't afford to wait any longer. If Congress cannot protect America's constitutional rights under these circumstances, when will it do it? I oppose the reauthorization of warrantless surveillance powers under FISA Section 702 without guardrails to better protect the privacy of Americans. I urge all of my colleagues to do the same, and I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, I cannot be the only member of this body to notice that several words and phrases are used a lot less on the Senate floor these days. Among those words and phrases are open borders, illegal crossings, catch and release, and migration surges. You see, these terms, Mr. President, have been dropped from our debates and are no longer in the news because President Trump and Republicans in Congress helped largely close the border to illegal immigrants. With support from this president and this Republican Congress, our law enforcement personnel ceased catch and release and stopped the record migration surges. This is what the American people elected us to do, to end the chaos at the southern border and block the flow of illegal immigrants into our communities. And we did these things so effectively, Mr. President, it's almost gone unnoticed. Of course, there were some members who denied there was a crisis in the first place. There were all sorts of commentators who decided to look the other way. The numbers from one administration to the next tell a different story, though. Let's revisit those numbers. From 2021 to 2024, over 10 million illegal immigrants crossed the southern border. And this was by design, Mr. President. You see, President Joe Biden paused deportations. He laxed requirements for asylum seekers. He ended construction of a border wall. You go down there today, you see remnants of it. He suspended Remain in Mexico. The previous administration created an influx of illegal immigrants, and in the process, endangered public safety and taxed resources in communities along and far from the border. These policies also undermine Americans' faith in legal immigration. They undermine faith in legal immigration. Yes, my constituents understand we are a nation of immigrants, but our faith was shaken because the previous administration prioritized lawbreakers over those who wish to come to America legally and embrace our values. As soon as he was inaugurated, President Trump increased the number of troops along the southern border. He began deporting illegal immigrants, and he reinstated Remain in Mexico. And Republicans in Congress, we did our part too. In the big, beautiful bill passed by this Congress and signed into law by President Trump a year ago, we increased resources to secure the border and to combat drug smuggling and human trafficking across the nation. The bill contained funding for additional Border Patrol agents. As a result, the screening and vetting of illegal immigrants increased markedly. And we increased funding for the Department of Justice, and that enabled the hiring of additional immigration judges to clear out the backlog of asylum cases. Now, today, the results speak for themselves. These numbers are compelling. They're breathtaking. In November 2024, there were 106,333 reported border encounters. In January 2025, the number dropped to 61,465. Think about that. From November to 2024 to January 2025, the number dropped from over 106,000 to 61,000. It was down to 8,326 to be exact, by the next month. And a year later, in April 2026, apprehensions on the southern border were 94% lower than the monthly average during the Biden presidency. Imagine that, 94% lower. What about the seizure of drugs? The seizure of drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, and marijuana has increased by weight 60%. 60% since just April of 2024. And we just marked an entire year of zero releases at the southern border. Now, a nation that does not control its borders, that cannot enforce its laws, is a nation that willingly surrenders its sovereignty. Or as Ronald Reagan once put it, a nation that cannot control its borders is not truly a nation. Abandoning our right to determine who participates in that process, indiscriminately allowing all comers to enter our country, it endangers our citizens, it burdens our taxpayers, and it makes a mockery of the rule of law. It's also dangerous to the immigrants themselves, many of whom perish on their way to our southern border. Americans realized this, even if some of their leaders did not. And this is why President Trump and congressional Republicans acted with a bias for action so that we might end the border crisis. And how can you tell? By the relative silence in the mainstream media and on this floor from many of our Democratic colleagues tells you all you need to know. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, today we mark 40 years since C-SPAN began its coverage of the United States Senate, bringing the work of this body directly into people's living rooms. It doesn't seem very radical right now. We're all used to it, but back then it was revolutionary. C-SPAN's commitment to providing a crucial connection between the United States Senate and the people we serve has remained strong ever since that day 40 years ago. That commitment can be seen in the incredible volume of coverage since June 2nd, 1986, when C-SPAN 2 was born. And the presiding officer on that late spring day, Senator Chuck Grassley. Altogether, C-SPAN 2 has recorded more than 43,000 hours of Senate sessions, capturing more than 169,000 Senate floor speeches. 169,000. These recordings have preserved the voices of 359 different senators, including 185 Republicans and 167 Democrats and 7 independents. These hours include memorable moments like Senator Bob Dole on that first day of televised coverage saying, "No longer will the great debates in this chamber be lost forever." Then Senator Tom Harkin, author of the Americans with Disabilities Act, closing his farewell speech in American Sign Language. Or the Dalai Lama serving as the Senate guest chaplain in 2014. All of those moments would have been lost to history, but they've been captured by C-SPAN. As we celebrate these last 4 decades of coverage in the Senate, think back to 1986. Prince, who we sadly lost 10 years ago, had recently released his 8th album, Parade. The film Top Gun was released, and yes, the Bemidji State Beavers of Bemidji, Minnesota won the Division III Men's Ice Hockey National Championship. But back then, senators were hesitant to embrace C-SPAN 2. The lighting wasn't great those first few years, but they eventually came around to see this great asset to our democracy for what it is, a way to shine the light on the work in the Senate, and a way for Americans, whether they agree with us or not, to stay up to date on what's happening. When there are big votes or big debates going on, people tune in or they see the clips and the coverage later. It's not just the people who are able to come to Washington, as exciting as that is to sit in the chamber, as some people are doing today, but what this does is extend it to everyone. Last year, on its 39th birthday, Senator Grassley and I passed a resolution celebrating all that C-SPAN 2 has accomplished. And in our resolution, we urged all television providers, including streamers, to carry C-SPAN because we need to make sure that access to C-SPAN keeps up with changing technologies so that every household in America can see their elected representatives, the work they do, the positions they take, the votes they make. Since our resolution passed, YouTube TV and Hulu have begun carrying C-SPAN on their platforms. Now we need to extend that beyond. C-SPAN's live coverage across multiple platforms continues to keep the American people informed and keep them engaged with their democracy. Thank you again to Senator Grassley for working with me to highlight C-SPAN's critical role. Thanks to him for presiding over the Senate on that first day of coverage 40 years ago. I'm sure he doesn't look one bit different today. And thanks to everyone who has had a hand in C-SPAN's continuing important role in our democracy over the last 40 years. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're not in a quorum call, are we?
We are not.
Mr. President, we both know that there are people in Washington who like to muddy the water to make it look deep. They don't want the American people to know the truth. Because for these people to which I'm referring, truth is a concept that does not interest them. Politics does. Now, there's been a lot of controversy in and around the United States Senate for the last 2 weeks. If we're honest with ourselves, we have to admit that the Senate has been functioning like a broken arm with the bone sticking out. That's not anybody's fault, in my judgment, on my side of the aisle. It's certainly not the majority leader's fault. So I want to try to refocus us on the issue. I don't really want to talk about the ballroom or the anti-weaponization fund or any of the myriad of issues that my Democratic friends have tried to inject into our discussion. I want to talk about the issue. And the issue is this: are we going to fund the Department of Homeland Security or are we not? Part of DHS, as we call it, as you know, Mr. President, is funded. But a very important part is not. The Border Patrol and ICE. We're paying them as best we can out of another pool of funds that's about to run out of money. Why are they not funded? Because my Democratic colleagues have refused. At one point, my Democratic friends agreed to fund Border Patrol and ICE. And then they changed their mind. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. Which forced Republicans, if we want to see that portion of DHS funded, to proceed under what we call reconciliation, where we don't need Democratic votes. I regret that that's the case, but we're doing what we have to do. Why are we having this controversy? I don't get it completely. I don't. Unless you're industrial strength stupid, you know that illegal immigration is illegal. And that's what our Border Patrol agents and ICE agents do. They enforce the law. And we have a problem with respect to immigration. During the Biden administration, with the encouragement of some, not all, but with the encouragement of some, but not all, Democrats, opened the borders and said, come on in. And about 8 to 12 million, some say 20 million people did. Some of them were good people and are good people. They're still breaking the law. Some of them who are here are not. They're rapists, and they're murderers, and they're sex traffickers, and they're drug dealers, and they're pedophiles. We don't know which is which. We don't know where they are. And it falls to the responsibility of the Department of Homeland Security, in part through Border Patrol and ICE, to find out. Now, why did this happen? Why do we now need Border Patrol and ICE more than ever? You know, I've thought about that a lot. It could be just pure, plain, vanilla incompetence. It could be that the people that President Biden put in charge of immigration and securing the border were not qualified to play dead in a Western movie. It also could be and could have been intentional. I think some of my Democratic friends, not all of them, I'm talking the Plattner wing of the Democratic Party, the Mayor Mamdani wing of the Democratic Party, the Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez wing of the Democratic Party, the wing of the Democratic Party that's in control. Some of them believe that vetting people at the border is racist. They do. Doesn't matter that every other country in the world vets people at their borders. These members of the, whatever you want to call it, progressive wing, loon wing, woktopus wing, whatever you want to call that wing of the Democratic Party, they think that vetting people at the border is racist. There are other folks who support open borders for political reasons. I think they honestly think that if they admit a bunch of people into America in violation of the immigration laws or not, that it's a rich source of potential voters. We're not supposed to say that, but I really do believe that. Not much happens around here that doesn't have a political bent to it. But regardless, we have a problem. And that's what we have to deal with. And that's what we're going to be voting on, I hope, in the next couple of days. If you disagree with the law, this is America, you're entitled to disagree with it. I get it. Try to change it. Go change it. But you can't just ignore our immigration laws. They're not some second-tier statutes that you can ignore without consequence, that you can ignore when you think it's convenient. They're the law, and we have to enforce the law. And more to the point, we have to clean up the mess that President Biden and some of my Democratic colleagues in the Plattner wing, the Ocasio-Cortez wing, the Mamdani wing, whatever you want to call those Democrats who believe it, created. And find more to even to that point, we have to have Border Patrol or Border Patrol and ICE officers to do it. We have to. The other point I would make, we see the pushback by this wing of my Democratic friends' party. We see what's going on in New Jersey. It's despicable. Look, you have the right to protest. That's as American as the NFL or baseball. You have the right to protest. You don't have the right to protest violently. And what we've seen at the Delaney Hall Detention Center, we've seen ICE officers and some Border Patrol officers. We've seen the protesters cursing at them and spitting at them and threatening their families and hitting them and scratching them and biting them and blocking ingress and egress in and out of the detention center. They're breaking the law. And they've been arrested. I think the Border Patrol and ICE and the state law enforcement officials in New Jersey have showed a lot of restraint. But what the protesters did, not all of them, was illegal. It was illegal. You can't hit a cop just because you don't like him. And here's a free tip. I know you know this, Mr. President. Most Border Patrol agents, most ICE agents, most cops they will leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. But if you do illegal stuff, they're going to enforce the law. So let me end as I began. We need to vote to fund Border Patrol and ICE. These men and women are running out of money. I am sorry that my Democratic colleagues have taken the position that they want to defund ICE. They have every right to believe that. I'm sorry that they have taken the position they want to defund the Border Patrol. My Democratic friends have every right to believe that. But they're wrong. I have the right to my opinion. And if they don't want to fund them, they need to go change the immigration laws. Until then, we've got to enforce them. And we're going to have the chance here in the next couple of days. And all we're going to be voting on, you're going to see all kinds of amendments and talking about everything in the world. All we will be voting on, do we or do we not want to fund Border Patrol and ICE? Do we or do we not want to enforce America's immigration laws in accordance with due process and the rule of law? And that's the issue that's going to be before us. And I'm ready to saddle up and ride. I'm ready to get to it. I'm tired of all the rhetoric and the tangential issues, and I'm tired of all that. Let's get after it. Let's do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now, Mr. President. Yield the floor? I yield the floor.
Mr. Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appears separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, June 3rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, if Senator Whitehouse or his designee makes a motion to proceed to S.J. Res. 188, the Senate vote on the motion to proceed at 2:15 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned with the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.